Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to Be Diced Adventures, presenting our wonderful Wednesday evening campaign, The Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. I am your Dimension Master this evening, Matt, also known as War-Torn Knight out there on the interwebs, and I'm joined by just the most fantastical group of individuals that y'all ever did see, starting with the one and only Themlin themselves, KJ.
Hello, I am KJ. I am sick, so ignore whatever my voice might do today, and ignore the coughing if it happens before I can mute my mic. You can find me on social medias at kj.cosplay. I play the party's child as either Petrichor or Riley, just depends on the day. It's great. They're not a problem at all.
No problems at all. Go check out their most recent TikTok for things to come. Anyway, next up in line is Taylor.
Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on most social media platforms, mainly active on TikTok and Instagram. I am today playing Xanthi Nightingale, the sorcerer or sorceress of the party. She is continuing her sobriety journey and now just trying to get through some shit especially with all the crazy stuff that's going on. She is just trying her best. That is all I can say.
That's all that we can ask of her. You know who we can ask some more of, though? The one and only Spooky Boy, who is here for our guest spot this wonderful arc, which is potentially coming to an end this evening, provided that we keep everything on board. But we've loved having him here. This is just another part of the Doobie Dice family, and his name, of course, is Oz.
Greetings and salutations. I am Oz, also known as Son of a Ghost on most social media. I play Solarkin, your resident spooky ghost boy, and he's player sad to see him go, but happy that this party has welcomed him so well and couldn't have changed it for a minute.
Beautiful,
Well,
beautiful,
welcome, welcome. Yeah, if iffy, but we'll see.
beautiful. Alrighty. And rounding out our intros for the time being, the one and only. Oh, sorry, I have to use the proper title. The sexy individual, Victor.
Hi, I am Victor underscore the Story Weaver on TikTok, where you can find me and all the other personalities that decide to take over when creativity hits. I play Borrow, the Wandering Monk, which is kind of like the shepherd of the group. And I just hope that we manage to make it to the next dimension without having to re-roll new characters. Okay, bye.
I mean, there is still this session to go. Anyway, we will soon be joined by the one and only Daddy Tarzan 82855, playing everybody's favorite golden retriever, chicken barbarian, Clucky McCluckerson, in just a few moments. But for now, let's get into it with last time on the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago. Treason had struck, as it had been revealed that none other than Draven Kuragari, one member of the Council of Ebenfell, was the leader of the coup against the political forces in this fair city. His methods, or his reasons, I should say, stemming from what appeared to be being on the being on the non-receiving end of all the good things that have been happening in Ebenfell. As it appears that the council has been making leaps and bounds for the people, just not all of them were able to reap those benefits right away, and Draven was a little bitter about it and decided he was going to uproot the city itself from the inside. Needless to say, the party themselves and 12 very powerful individuals had something to say about that. A very intense moment of banter, specifically between Draven and Riley, as Draven thought that there was perhaps a kindred spirit in the child from the literal apocalypse. The resulting combat took many tolls on the party, but ultimately they were victorious, as Riley taking a brief bit of ability from Petrichor, using the spell Spirit Guardians to actually destroy the vampire before he could make his escape. The bubbles that fell to the ground were collected, and a short conversation was had with the Council of Ebenfell and Archmagister Zeely Solin. Basically trying to lay down the law of, we need to make sure, or we don't trust you. We need to make sure that, you guys aren't also bad people. And furthermore, you're going to help us get out of this dimension, to which they were 100% agreeable. If or with that, there is conversations to be had, but ultimately, the party was told that they are free to go about the city and have a night's rest, and we would reconvene in the morning. What is going to be the fallout of this attempted coup? What will happen with these conversations with the powers that be within the city? And how on earth will they end up charging the crystal to finally leave the seventh dimension on the dimensional dial? These questions and more have yet to be diced. We return to our party, leaving the ebony stone halls of Ebenfell Keep. The city, its lawkeepers, working quickly, many mages. Even though you know firsthand there was a lot of destruction in the streets, there is plenty of people who are working together already to fix buildings, tend to any wounded, um, and for a moment there is there's actually spots where you can actually see in the real devastating parts of the city that there are actual resurrections taking place. There are members of the church who are walking around and casting spells to actually bring people who were wrongly killed as collateral damage in a would-be revolution. The members of the clergy, the members of the state, and every sort of person who is tied directly to serving the city, doing everything in their power to make right the terrible events of the previous day. At the end of last session, when you were told that you could leave and have some rest, I do believe that Soul said that he would be able to um, find some lodging for everybody. I believe it was Soul. It could have been somebody else, but um, knowing that your shop, your home, had been destroyed as you guys made your escape from the city, not like 12 hours prior. Where are we going?
Soul will turn to the party and say, "We have two options. One, head back to my shop, and I can repair a bit of it for us to spend the night in. There won't be much there, but enough for shelter. Or we can try and speak to the very same one who gave me um, the runes in order to blow up my establishment. Either way, we can pursue both avenues."
I mean, I'm I'm flex. Why am I answering like I'm so? What's the, what's the question? Uh,
Bar is so traumatized that he just became Cuerdo.
yeah. I said what? What? You said? Sorry. Can you repeat that? Just
We
what
can
are the
either
options?
return to my shop and I can repair a bit of it with the magic that I have left, and we can spend the night in somewhat shelter, or we can find somewhere more comfortable with the person who had ensorcelled my shop with the explosive runes.
Perhaps we might have. I think a place for proper rest might be a better choice.
All right. Well, we will have to venture into the lower ribs, more unsavory place, but safe enough.
All right. Easy enough to make your way there. And whomst are we looking for?
Mordecai Gloomshade, a
Mordecai Gloomshade.
drow.
Smash.
He is a he's on the short side for a drow. Um, very portly, if you will. Kind of let himself go. Very heavily into his drink. When he opens the door, you will smell a lot of it coming out from his establishment. Um, and he, he's a very nervous guy, very uppity kind of person, very flighty.
So
He
as you make your way through, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to continue. He also works as an artificer, but he's also a very well practiced sorcerer and enchanter.
For clarification, not that kind of enchanter, like make magic items enchanter.
Yes, correct.
Easy enough to make your way through the city. You can definitely just tell as you're um, making your journey, the brunt of any sort of actual full scale battle was localized to the Skull District, where most of the government buildings and higher, you know, higher establishment kind of things like the churches there. It's very, very big area where things are kind of run in the city. The districts that you pass through, like the Fingers, there appear to have been like some scuffles there. There's every now and then you will find the remains of undead servants that you know better than anybody had to be destroyed because they were not under the correct control. Um, as you get further and further away from the Skull District, the idea of casualties becomes less and less. Pretty much like as soon as you leave, like it's not bad enough where like anybody was hurt that badly. You to the point where you get to the lower ribs and it is almost like nothing happened. This is relatively untouched. There's a few um, you know, basically crime scenes on your way there, but nothing really central, nothing big happened here. You make your way down these streets to a small, unassuming building um, with a dark wood door and a single, we'll say, indigo colored lantern next to it.
Soul will approach the door, give it a couple raps.
Make a perception check for me.
Mhm.
I'll actually give it. Now, with your passive borrow, you definitely are going to pick up on this. But I want to see if Soul's going to.
I mean, Soul's passive is also 24.
Why your passive so high, bro?
Expertise
Anyway.
in perception, by the way.
Still, that's crazy high. Um. So, shortly after you knock on the door a few times, there is a distinct sound that you both pick up on of a hollow metal cylinder being pushed against the door. What do you want?
Morty. Morty, it's me.
Who's me?
Soul Arkin. You don't remember me.
I know Soul Arkin. Give me a reason to believe it's you.
Soul will summon Alfred, command him to go through the door.
Has Alfred been here with you before?
Yeah.
Has Alfred met this individual?
Mhm.
When you command him to do that, Alfred's just going to look at me. Sir, I do believe that would be ill-advised.
Just stick a hand through, okay? I don't really have some kind of identification on me that I am who I am.
Don't be sticking nothing through my door. Hang on. And you hear about half a dozen locks and chains and other things disengage as the door opens, and he peeks his head around and he goes, I can see people trying to pretend like they're you. Him, and he points to Alfred, not so much. What do you need?
Well, I'm sure you've heard by now my shop was blown up,
Yeah,
courtesy of your fancy, lovely spells.
I definitely recognize my own handiwork. I also heard that you was in it.
Thankfully, no, I wasn't. Um, However, I and my travelers here, and I will gesture to everybody else, need a place to stay just for the night.
I don't know if you heard about this, but there's been some shit going down in the city the past couple hours.
Yeah, we
Y'all are
we
supposed to
know
be
all about
wanted.
that.
Every single one of you.
Well, we have been cleared.
Oh, been cleared, huh?
Are you gonna listen or not?
Give me a persuasion check.
Just making sure. Ha! That is a natural 20 for 25.
What a way to start the night. Alrighty. It just kind of like gives you a look. Yeah, what the heck. Whatever's going on in the streets. I don't think you're as bad as it. Pulls the door open. It's a bit of a mess on the inside, but the kind of eccentric mess, if you guys get what I mean. Like
Organized chaos.
yeah. He definitely knows where absolutely everything is, but doesn't make a lick of sense. Lets you in. There are places to sit, a couple spots you might just need to move a stack of books here or a box there, whatever the case may be. But it quickly can become functional for a number of individuals such as yourselves. And you just kind of close the door. You hear about half a dozen locks engage. And he kind of looks over at you and goes, "Can you get you anything to drink?"
I'm all right. Everyone else?
Xanthi's just gonna pull out her water skin and just start drinking from her own water skin.
Grab some water and refills for the road.
Do you have apple?
Say that again.
Do you have apple juice?
Apple
Uh,
juice, I think.
Apple juice, yeah.
He's gonna kind of look at you funny and just like, "I have some mead that's made from apples."
No.
No, apple juice. Apple juice.
How about we don't give the child mead?
Do not give the child alcohol.
You're not a halfling.
No,
No.
What are you bringing
My
kids
10-year-old
into my
kid.
shop for?
It's a long story.
do you got a problem with this 10-year-old kid?
There's a lot of things in here that you can get hurt on.
I'm not an idiot.
Xanthi's just
Well,
gonna
that
clench
may
her
be, but
jaw
I'm
and
not
try not
insured.
to threaten him.
Morty,
Listen,
they're very
just-
capable, and I trust them with my life.
That's not a smart decision.
Well, saying it to me, who's the person that he trusted to blow him up, I'd say that means something. And he gestures to all of you, especially the giant chicken. Hi, Tarzan. And he says, "Just don't touch anything. I'll get 5 waters. You guys are lots of fun." And then he leaves, and a little while later returns with it. But other than that, you guys can. He accommodates you. He's not like a 5-star hotel, but he can make you guys comfortable so you can take a long rest.
Soul will pull out from his side pouch some eucalyptus berries, and will walk up to Riley. Safe at last. Somewhat, I suppose. It's been a lot. It's been a day. Are you all right?
Fine.
Well, with Draven on the run, and
He's
who
not on
knows
the.
what,
He's dead. I killed him.
I'm not convinced. That bastard was always slippery. But we'll see. Hopefully, you guys won't be able to be here for much longer. So you don't have to witness this again.
Is there a point to this? Or you just spout a word to me?
Just trying to see where your head is at.
If you needed to know, I would tell you.
That head is on their shoulders.
Yes, Cluckley. So it is. And so is yours, thankfully. All of your heads are intact.
Motherfuckers could try to take my head. Won't be very successful. I'll tell you right now. My head ain't going nowhere.
Aye. So, this is hard to say, but it has been an honor sojourning across this city. It's been interesting, enlightening, and reminded me that I shouldn't be stagnant anymore. These past 300 years that I've been here searching for something. It wasn't until you all came along that I realized that there's more than my research. And for that, I thank you.
You have our gratitude for all your assistance, Solarkin. We would have certainly faced even more troubles have we not had your assistance. So thank you.
And who has the book, by the way? Is it still Riley and Petrichor still have it? Yeah. I'll turn to Riley. You can keep that. I think you will need that more in your travels than I.
It's not much use to me, but it's important to Petrichor.
May it aid you in your travels. Wherever the dimension takes you.
What comes next for you, Solarkin?
Well, my nightmare is back. And staying here in this place would only bring more death. The permanent death. I can't have that on my conscience. So, I'll go wherever the knowing mistress guides me. For she knows all.
Wherever the wind takes you, may it lead you to a safe path.
But we aren't leaving yet. Rest. Recuperate. I'll be here in the morning. And he will leave the group their devices as it goes off and does other things.
You know, at that point in the years, it reminds me a lot of the dead one.
Lopathon?
Brings back a lot of memories. The point of years does. Most of them Reminds me of the dead one. Miss him.
I miss him too, Lucky. Would Borrow be able to find his way to meet the individuals that we're the owner of this place, wherever he may be right now?
Yeah, I mean, as you guys were asking for, hey, we need some food, water, place to sleep, he was there and easily accessible. Kind of sort of like retreated afterwards, but still you're able to find him.
What was his name again?
I believe it was Mordecai. Morty for short.
So, Mordecai, have you got any tea?
Roll a d20 for me.
So 3 barbs.
15.
15. You know what? I think that I tried a cleanse thing a few months back, and he went and goes looking at a couple cupboards, and definitely takes out like a few packages that are empty of whatever they may be, just stuff that he should have cleaned up.
I say Borrow's probably like paying attention with his nose.
Yeah. But after a moment, he just kind of goes like, yeah, this one holds it out to you, and with your extrasensory perceptions, you would kind of pick it. It's not exactly what you would call green tea, but it's close to like green tea.
Have you got anything like honey?
I think that they use honey and mead.
Just honey.
I don't think so. Right? No.
Borrow's probably going to like use his senses to perceive wherever the fire, if there's a bonfire or like a hearth or whatever, and he's just gonna have a gesture as if to say, "May I?" with the herbs.
Oh, go right ahead. And it's not going currently, but it's not like a stove that you would light like a old timey wood burning stove. There actually is a spot when you go over to it and you're looking for like tinder and a flint or something like that, and he just kind of here and comes over and draws his fingers across the front of it, and a not that you can see the color, but blue flame comes up where the burner should be so that you can actually boil the water.
Didn't you hear? Borrow can taste colors.
I believe it.
Synesthesia. Um, he nods in gratitude and he sort of just grabs the whatever pot is offered with water and puts it on the fire for it to burn, and is just gonna boil the water. He's going to ask, try to figure out, navigate with orienting, tapping the counter to sort of orient himself about whatever is around him, reaching for whatever feels like it may be cups, using his sense of smell to see if they're like clean or they're not something being used for something else. And he's gonna just like put tea in each one of. He's gonna prep the tea for each one of them. pouring the water and just making cups for the whole party. And he's going to... Riley, would you mind helping me?
Riley has been sitting separated from the rest of the group and actually seems to be like fiddling with something that you can't quite exactly tell what it is before she stuffs it back in the bag and stands up. What do you want?
Or just... I'm trying to give a cup to each one. I was hoping you could help me if you're willing.
Sure.
Thank you. And he's just going to hand a couple of the cups to them and grab the other three, putting two in one hand, one in another. And he sort of calls out to the group. If there's a table, I suppose he would go for the table, place the cups, and just sort of... May I invite you all to join me?
Clucky will happily maneuver over, quickly followed by a little small roost of spectral chickens that excitedly follow in tow and start to surround the table, provide like a low level light surrounding the group.
Xanthi will just kind of slowly like scoot in, leaving a space open beside them for whoever would like to join them.
What the fuck are you drinking? It ain't that firewater shit again, is it?
No. And I also apologize. I do not think that whatever this is may be to everyone's liking, but consider it more of a ceremonial gesture. And he takes his cup, offers it to the front of the table around all of them, takes a sip, puts the cup down. In the grand scheme of things, it has not been that much time since this journey brought us together. Some of us even less time than others. But it may feel like a lot has occurred. And this time here, the things that we have faced, the challenges that we have encountered, made me realize that the heat of battle and survival perhaps forced our decorum to take a back seat. And after all this time, it appears that merely trusting for the sake of trusting will not be enough for whatever comes next. So he adjusts himself in his chair. My name is Barrow Whitfield. My mother is Mara Whitfield. My father was Hade Whitfield. And I had a brother, Landros, who passed when he was young. I lost my sight when I was very young, and yet it was also what allowed me to survive what my family could not. My life has been full of questions, and one way to find those answers was to wonder, explore, travel, wherever the wind would take me. And not so long ago, it led me to you all. And it seems as though it's been too long that we have journeyed together without us granting each other the gift of knowing who we are traveling with. So, it is nice to meet you all. And he sort of takes his cup, resumes drinking.
Riley speaks up next. I was
Before
actually
Riley
gonna do this.
speaks,
Oh,
can you roll a history check for me? Because I want to see if this is a thing.
Who?
Riley.
oh! We're gonna use the tiny pocket dice that I recently got that have never been rolled.
Tiny dice.
Baby
Is it a
dice,
history
baby
check?
dice, baby dice. Don't roll.
No additives.
Baby dice.
Baby dice.
15.
15. During your time before you met the party, there were some times where you and your family traveling along the main interstate road, you would walk by a sign that says, "Welcome to the town of Wheatfield."
Pocket that away for later. But Riley speaks up and says, I was actually going to bring this up, but you got the jump on me. Hi, my name is Riley Hart. My mom and dad are Carolyn and Ray Hart, and my older brother is Skylar. I'm 10. I lived in a couple different areas in and around Niagara Falls, New York, in the post-apocalypse. My dad was an EMT, a medic. My mom just kind of stayed at home with me and Skylar. She made stuff. She sang. Both my parents did. Lullabies here and there. I only remember some of them now. Skylar and me were really close. Best buds. He got me in a lot of trouble, and I got him in a lot of trouble, and he's why I know a lot of the skills that I do today. All of the sneaky things that I can do, he taught me. All of the agile stuff I can do, he taught me. All of the healing stuff that I know was from my dad. And when I was 7, the military came into town, to my block of our city of where we lived, asking for supplies. Just seemed very genuine and earnest. But on the night they were supposed to leave, that's when my entire life changed. That's when I never saw my family again. I keep thinking maybe if I was a little faster or I was better at hiding, that maybe they wouldn't have gotten me and maybe I could have helped my family and saved them, but that's not what happened. And then I was in containment. I missed out on a lot of important things in my childhood that I've only ever heard of. And then I got sick. I went comatose, or at least that's the word the doctors kept using. I could still hear everything. I could still feel things. I just couldn't do anything. And then you all came along and everything changed so much more. And I'm trying to figure out how to process my before things. I haven't even had time to figure out how to process anything that's happened since.
With that, Xanthi will slowly take a sip of her cup. She'll kind of like taste the tea a little bit. I'm guessing like it's probably not like it probably tastes like slightly stale. And she lowers it. And she goes, "Well, I guess if we're going around the table. Hello, I am Xanthi Nightingale. I am a sorceress. I didn't really know that I was. When I was very little, my mom, her name was Juniper Nightingale. My father, he was Arthur Tombrock. I don't use my father's last name. He was a very cruel man, and he killed my mother when I was 6 years old. I lived on a pig farm, and it was very easy to dispose of the body and say that his wife went crazy and ran off. And when he no longer had anyone to pay for his vices, he sold me off to some strange man who showed up at our front doorstep. And I was taken to a place that I was told was supposed to be like a school that was going to help me. And for the first year, it seemed kind of okay. It was a little weird. But then as they kept injecting me with dragon's blood, or what they called it was liquid sin, and it kept bringing out my powers more and more. And it seemed the more my powers came out, the weirder and harsher things got. I spent 13 years, I think. I lost count. I don't even really know my age, if I'm going to be honest, but I know I spent a very, very long time in that concrete cell. And then one day I lost my shit and I burned the whole place down, along with the entire village that was around it. And I had to do a lot of things in those 13 years to survive. And being left with nothing, I kind of just wandered and took up odd jobs until I picked up this one. And I thought we were just going to find the doctor, and I was going to go back to drinking at the next tavern I could find. And it's turned into much more than that. And as terrifying as it is, I'm not as scared as I was when I first met you guys. That's me. I have my problems. And she turns to Clucky and she's like, I'm trying my best, but it's not easy when your brain has been broken and you're still trying to put yourself back together sometimes. And she's just then gonna go back to drinking her tea, not really wanting to see anybody's reaction or see how anybody takes her. And she really just was gonna lay it out, and that's about it for her.
You
It's all
notice
right.
that Barrow basically drinks every time that someone has shared. He sort of has a moment of ceremonial when Riley spoke, drinks. Xanthi speaks, drinks, just puts it down.
Clucky will pipe up. It's all right. Papa would ask me quite frequently if I even had a brain. So at least you have one. I suppose that means it's my turn. You all said a lot of names. I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna remember all those names. But I suppose my name is Clucky F. Cluckerson. Whenever Papa would get angry, he would call me Clucky McFucking Cluckerson, or Clucky fucking McCluckerson. Somewhere in that arrangement of words. I don't know what the fuck I am. Don't know what. I know I'm about four summers, winters, 4 springs, 4 falls. I don't have a papa, as far as I'm aware, the real one, unlike me. I just know papa. Apparently, I'm the Raven Queen lady is my mommy. Papa, when I was young, told me that he just wanted to live a simple life, raise crops, tend a farm, and that was the life that I lived when I was my first season. And then he fell sick. He couldn't protect himself. He couldn't work the farm. At the time, I was still, like them. He points to his spiritual guardians behind him. Things got rough for a little bit. I wasn't capable of taking care of the farm in his stead. It got to a point where he couldn't even get out of bed, and one day we were visited by some mysterious woman, and out of frustration and desperation, I attacked her, and just because I didn't understand who she was, what she was doing here, and she was approaching Papa while he was still sick and weak, and that's when I just saw a bright light, and next thing you know, I got two arms like Papa, legs. I still got my wings, and I was about yay high. He just holds his hand just slightly shorter than Riley. At that point, and she told me one day you'll be a shield. And to look out for Papa. And so I did. And she touched him, and the next day he seemed ages younger. And things went on like normal, you know. He seemed spry, youthful, and he was tending the farm like he was 20 years younger. And then that's when I was kidnapped by the by the goblins, and I think I was about about a season and a half by the time that happened, and Papa couldn't rescue me on his own. He called for help. A group of adventurers like you all, came to his aid and freed me from that cave. That day, Papa swore that I would learn to be able to protect not only him but myself as well. And I went through rigorous training to become what I am now. He taught me his ritualistic ways of connecting with his ancestors long past. When I finally learned how to do it, I summoned these. Again, points to the chickens. And I asked Papa, why do they look like that and your ancestors look like that? Shouldn't they, be my shape, right? And he explained to me that every person or every soul that I summon to my aid is a generation from my past, from my family line. All warriors, all strong spirited. So we went training for the next 3 seasons. On my 4th season, or just before my 4th season, Papa fell ill once more. And then one day he just didn't wake up. And I sat there I thought he was just, really tired, and I sat by his bed for about 3 days. I wouldn't eat, I wouldn't sleep, I didn't move until it finally settled in that he had passed on from this life. So I buried him under the tree on the farm, practiced the sending ritual that he taught me, pass the soul on to the next plane, and I left that farm behind. But before he passed, he told me that I have a purpose in this world. That I am to be the protector of those who cannot protect themselves. Though he wishes that I didn't have to, he knows that this is all that I want in this life. And after I buried him, that's when I wandered aimlessly came upon this, some town. Didn't not have the ability to communicate like the way that I do now, and he points to the bracelet on his wrist. But yeah, I didn't know how trade worked essentially, and didn't you know what trade was a thing? I thought, the vendors have this food set out. It must be up for grabs. So I, started eating. Next thing you know, I'm being yelled at by some scrawny farmer. I was about to wring his neck, but then it's when a lot of you showed up, and the spirits told me, along with the dead one, feeding me corn. Papa told me to trust anybody that was able to, read the scroll that was on my neck and follow the instructions. So once that happened, I knew my purpose was here with you. I am to be your protector. Now and always. But yeah, fucking McCluckerson, that's my name. Hi.
I would say Xanthi's probably hiding behind her cup of tea, just trying to hold back sniffles after, like, Clucky finishes his story. She just goes and takes another sip of tea.
I think Barrow is going to turn his head toward Riley. Riley, do you know if Petrichor would like to participate?
They actually do the head tilt I just did in consideration. They're a bit tired, but yeah.
Would you be open to them stepping forward?
I don't see why not. It's not like I'm doing anything. And you can start hearing the weird shifting of their heartbeat that goes erratic before it finds Petrichor's tone. And there's that whole hazy-eyed look before Petrichor is able to settle in and become familiar with the surroundings a little better. I was not prepared for this. Prepared for Riley's, wasn't prepared for Petrichor's. Petrichor's.
No! No!
Petrichor will be back after a message from
The
Marshall.
robot is suffering!
And they were never
timing,
heard
though.
from again.
Loot crate.
The timing, though. Come back.
Get yourself a loot crate. Use promo code 2B Adventures.
We don't give fake promos
If only we were sponsored.
and free advertising.
JK LOL MFAO. Hey.
Are we back?
Yes. We hear you.
I have you open on the Twitch on my phone, which has data, so it's not cutting out, and it's funny every time. I have to have this, but not the other one. I don't remember where I left off. Anyway, Petrichor gives the very usual, not shy, but kind of little nervous, giddy kind of half smile, and a little wave. I'm Petrichor. I don't have any secondary names. That's not something I was ever given. I mean, we kind of all already know my name is the word for the smell of the earth after it rains. I don't really know what all to say. We're all here kind of to help look for the woman that made the other version of me, Dr. Diago. She taught me a lot of the basics I have in tinkering. She's where I learned how to do the wood carving.
Not again.
And that is all you all deserve to know. Oh no.
The robot is buffering again.
Please stand by for our minute.
No, it's the Star Wars session all over again.
Please hold, and I'll connect you.
It's my computer rolls happening all over again.
Oh no.
It is funny that when it was Riley talking, no issues. All of a sudden, it's Petrichor. The robot is buffering.
Mhm.
Right. That's
Right.
unfortunate.
Highly. Can't
So-
move on, and we're talking.
Hopefully,
Alright.
before this happens, KJ will return to us.
Or after they'll tell us about it.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, buddy.
I might murder someone, but it's fine. What was the last thing you guys heard me say?
Learn the
Word
carving.
Jesus Christ. What did I say after that?
Carved wood.
There's not really a whole lot that I remember from before I met all of you guys, for reasons that we're still figuring out. But I guess a couple things that I do remember, outside of what you guys have already been told that I've remembered during this journey. A couple times, and you guys have seen severe reactions from me when someone's gone down, that kind of panic is because I've watched someone die before and I wasn't able to do anything about it. It wasn't my fault. I didn't really have the skill or ability to do anything past the basics. And at the point in time that I got to them, the basics don't really work anymore. Outside of that, I remember bits and pieces of building the dial. I had to learn basic dwarvish and arcane runes and some of their meanings because of the dial. I learned a couple of languages in my free time, which I had a lot of. Outside of that, I don't really know what else I could share. I know I'm roughly 2 years old. I mean, I don't really know if I have a birthday. Or if I do, I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Aro's gonna tilt his head. So, Larkin, I know that perhaps you have not been one of the people who has journeyed with us through all these various dimensions, but for as long as we've been here, you've been one of us. There is something you would like to share. And Baro sort of gestures to the tea cup that he left, made for them, just silently offering.
You hear a very subtle click as Soul has finally reassembled his rifle that he had been working on in the corner. Lets out a deep sigh, and walks over to the table, sits down, pulling out his pipe, lighting it before he responds. You know of my tragedy, but not my life, I suppose. That needs to be rewarded for all of the things you've done for me. I am Sol Arkin Noctis. My mother, Solara. Dear sweet Solara. My father, Arcanima Torre Noctis. Ever since I was born, ever since I could speak, I could commune with the spirits. Father, a very well-known spirit weaver in our city, and one of the heads of the Heralds of Dust, was overjoyed when he found out the talent of his young son. So much so that he made it his life goal to encourage this gift. My mother, ever the saint, she kept my spirits up, pardon the pun. That was until she died in a house fire. Some Feywild elite family bullshit feud. After that, father grew much colder and beat into me the lessons that I needed to know to be the best spirit weaver. And from there, I joined the Heralds of Dust, like my father wanted. Traveled the astral planes like my father wanted. Watched my friends die like my father wanted. I've lived a long life, got many skills. One of them being an artificer, working with magical tools and items. It helped. It helped to get over the loss, keeping keeping my hands busy, my mind busy. So much so that I've forgotten the reason why I needed to be who I am and embrace my gift. Oh, that's me.
Grabs his cup and, just like he's done with everyone, sort of raises the cup, drinks from it. You know, my brother was very good at hiding. There used to be a lot of fields surrounding the small hut where we lived. You could say that he was the first one who taught me that I needed to learn to see without my eyes, even while I still had my sight. My father was a very funny man. Good artist, too. My mother was strong and stern, but good heart. It seems tragedy is an inevitable part of life, and seemingly one that we bring forth more easily sometimes than memories of joy. Perhaps the next time that we share a cup of tea, you will all grant me the joy and the honor to learn more about the people who meant a lot to you in the past, provided that you are willing and want to do so. As for me, if you ever have any questions, I will answer them. And when he says that last bit, his head sort of tilts slightly in O'Reilly's direction as he perceived with his hearing that Petrichor sort of subtly changed, and now Riley is back on the front.
This moment that you've all shared gently passes. If there's no other things to be discussed, we will enter the long rest.
Silver barbs.
During which, the only person who I know is active during this rest, or at least during the beginning part of it, is Riley. Going back to what you were working on before this conversation. Go ahead and you have Tinker Tools proficiency. We'll call this an intelligence check that you can add your proficiency bonus to. Wait, Petrichor has Tinker Tool proficiency. Does Riley?
custodian of Riley.
Oh, okay.
How dare you assume otherwise?
I'm checking.
This is a conniving kid. Ooh. 24.
Would you like to share with anybody who may be able to perceive what is happening what Riley is doing?
After the conversation kind of came to a close, or even just a lull in it that Riley felt she didn't need to be around anymore, she once again breaks off and relocates to where she was previously sitting, a decent distance away from the rest of the party, and pulls back out what she was fiddling with before. And knowing at least a couple of people would probably be keeping an eye on her, she's not being sneaky, she's not trying to hide what she's doing, just doing it quietly by herself. She takes out one of the bear jaw bones that she was given from the apocalypse dimension from back home, and some extra leather straps that Petrichor had for whatever reason, and takes one of the wood carving tools and starts drilling into both sides of the base of the jawbone. And after some time, essentially fashions it into a facial adornment.
Face mask, baby.
With this, are you guys all taking some nappies, or are you doing shifts for watch? Does it matter?
I mean, fuck his nature. Yeah, he's gonna do his thing. Be the last one to fall asleep. Allow the rest of the group to sleep. And then once he's confident in the security of the roost, he will poise himself to be like at the front door should anybody try to enter. Something like along those lines. The most advantageous position of defense for the rest of the group. And nestle up in there and sleep sitting up.
Aura is probably going to do whatever rest he needs to do. And the rest of the time, he will spend it scanning through the pages of the book, the way of the book that he found.
Real book.
Since Soul only needs to be in trance for 4 hours, he would have been outside on the roof of this establishment, looking at the stars, well into the night until he feels that it's close to being morning time, and he'll turn in for his trance-like sleep.
Then it sounds to me like it would probably be Borrow towards the end of this 8-hour period studying this book. You're normally the early riser of the group, aside from the living alarm clock.
Hi, that's me.
Your senses catch footsteps from the inside of the building, heading towards the front door.
Are these the steps of any of the people that I am aware are in this building so far?
So upon Borrow hearing these footsteps, I will, like, Xanthi knows Borrow. As she reaches the door, she's going to gently just tap a few times, and Morse code, just be right back. And she's going to very quietly open the door and walk out.
Say Bara is probably going to sense that Xanthi is just actually coming back. But he does move to the outside, like he goes outside the door. And like he has done before in other locations, he sort of sits on the ground outside the door with the book and kind of scanning through it while his senses are aware to just keep like an awareness of his surroundings for whenever, if he hears something nearby, if whenever they decide to come back. But just trying to keep like that mental note of in what direction did they hear them depart in case he needs to later down the road.
I will say he probably hears like Xanthi pull up her cloak, and then you hear a very gentle humming as she gets on her broom, and you can hear the humming and the sound of the music following the broom going in the direction of the shop, or like the little shop square, the marketplace.
How far is the marketplace from here?
Not very far. Probably like a 15-20 minute walk.
Probably half that, I'm guessing, on the broom.
Okay. Yeah. Borrow gives Santi the space. Just decides to just sit there on the door, scanning through and listening.
Does Xanthi find what she's looking for?
Perusing the Fingers District, the market of this area. You're looking around from one shop to another. This one's selling clothes. This one's selling. Are you looking for this item specifically, or are you looking for an item for this person specifically? Do you know what you're looking for?
We have seen these items before,
True.
and I was
I know
wondering.
exactly what you're talking
I was
about, and it was an item on my list.
And I was wondering if she like could see the cart, because at all, like, because she she literally took the time to memorize what that cart looked like.
You could absolutely find the cart in question with a I don't care if it's not what I said previously, or if I even said previously, a short, feminine dwerger individual, very cheerful, peddling these wares, these, for lack of a better term, stuffed animals to passers-by. These plush caricatures of fantastical beasts. And I do believe that I said that I would have to reskin them because they wouldn't be to the nature of this setting, but you would see. I'm going to bring up your message really quick, just so that I am absolutely aware. You would absolutely see stuffed owl bears, nightmares, displacer beasts,
Displacer kitten.
something big, something like that.
Elefantes.
Beholders.
And what?
Beholders.
Beholders?
Yes. But all adorable.
How do you make a beholder adorable?
How could you
So
not?
It's Xanathar. It's Xanathar just adorable. It's kawaii Xanathar.
Kawaii Xanathar. I love it. I will probably say Xanthi is going to look them over and seeing the displacer beast and remembering how much like both Riley and Petra, especially Riley, loved the blink dog. She is going to pick up the displacer beast and just look at the dwarven individual and just ask, how much do you want for this?
Oh, that one, dearie. That's one of the. I'm not sure if you're aware, but these are actually magical in nature. They provide restful sleep for the wee ones. That one in particular is a little bit more of a stronger, artifice that went into it. These ones, hang on, Matt doing math. This one would be roughly 600 gold pieces.
How I'm trying to remember how many gemstones would that be, or sapphires
Less
or
than
rubies?
one.
All right. Xanthi is going to take out just 2 of the rubies and place it in the dwarven woman's hand and just give a very just gentle smile and just be like, keep the change.
Oh, dearie me. She's gonna like kind of hold them back out here and just be like, "Oh no, this is way too much. I couldn't possibly."
Gently just closes the woman's hand and just pushes it back to her and she goes, it's worth it, trust me. And she's then going to turn and start walking back to the establishment.
Vexalia would turn over in her fucking grave.
She is stunned, speechless as this happens, and as you turn and walk away, you don't see anything else that she might do as you have this cute and cuddly displacer beast in your arms.
Xanthi is going to, as she's walking back, she's going to reach in her case and she is going to pull out kind of a purple ribbon. It looks a bit old and a bit weathered, but on the end of it, it has a little embroidered nightingale bird. And she is going to actually. I'm gonna. Should I repeat what I just said?
Yes.
Yeah. So I will. Did you hear? Were you able to hear what I said? Okay. She takes the ribbon and she ties it around the displacer beast's neck, and she kind of just walks back into the establishment very quietly, going in and closing the door. And she is just going to kind of just keep her distance about a foot away from Riley. If they're still, are they still asleep? So she's going to keep about a foot away from Riley, but she's going to sit down and kind of keep the displacer beast Stuffy on her side a bit hidden. And she's just going to kind of just take out of her water skin and very quietly wait for Riley to wake up.
The rest of the party stirs and wakes up. Borrow, you waiting. Obviously, you would see Xanthi return. Slowly, one by one. Probably Clucky, next one awake, and then Soul. And Riley probably waking up as soon as Clucky thinks that it's dawn. Whether or not he's 100% on point, he could be early, he could be late, but
Well, this dimension's gonna fuck his internal clock up.
as you've grown accustomed to, Clucky has roused you.
Still, as always, mildly upset with getting yelled at awake in the morning. Riley
Hi.
just kind of turns over and opens her eyes, groaning, and it is Riley. I did actually roll to see what was going to happen. It is Riley. And just slowly sits up, groaning, rubbing sleep from her eyes.
Xanthi
Right?
just looks over and just goes, "Morning."
Is it? I can never tell around here.
Yeah, me neither. But you know, we gotta get moving. It's time. I'm getting restless here. Let's go. Come on, up and at him. Get your
Then
arm
you
around.
go do study, and finally, actually turns to look at where everybody else is.
Xanthi is going to turn to Clucky, though, and she's going to be like, "Hey, Clucky, do you mind maybe getting some morning tea ready? See if Burrow wants to help out?"
You want? Wait, blind one. Broken one wants tea. I'm gonna go do some rounds. For about time. I'll be back. Bye.
Avoid the police.
Ashley, get up. And then Clucky just doesn't even use the door, just bolts out the window and takes flight, knowing to not go too high up in the sky. He's weaving through alleyways.
Through the
Staying
window?
Yeah.
Through the wall.
Oh yeah.
The
I
chicken
will
comes-
say canonically you can't make it through the window, as this person, Mordecai, was described as a squirrely, sort of untrusting individual. There are bars on his window.
Motherfucker.
So by all
That's
means,
right.
you can do the Clucky thing and try to Kool-Aid man your way through the wall, but you can
Oh,
see
yeah.
the bars if you want to go through the front door,
Fuck. All right. I guess I'll go through the door. Hurt.
which has half a dozen locks on it.
Just
I'm
rips
just
it off.
imagining Burrow and Xanthi having undone all the locks and then had somebody redo all the locks as they're opening and closing the door.
All right. I'll be back. Ashling, get ready.
Xanthi will then just turn to Riley and just kind of let out a bit of a sigh. And she goes, "I know it really wasn't the easiest thing to probably talk about your past, and trust me, I understand what it feels like to lose a lot and to lose your family. And I know you've only been traveling with us a short time, but I want you to know I do see a lot of myself in you when I was younger. And I know I'm not your mom or your older brother, but I do know that I would do anything to make sure that you don't end up like me." And she's going to kind of take the snuggle beast and gently put it in Riley's lap. And she goes, "Whether you consider me family or not, I'll protect you like you're part of my family. You, Riley Hart. And you got a lot of it. It suits you."
Not how it's spelled, but And Riley will kind of take a moment to look over the essentially stuffed animal. I have no idea what this is. I've never seen something like this before.
It's a displacer beast. So, you know, like that blink dog that Soul had at his house? This is kind of similar, but it's kind of almost like a cat version.
Did you kill the dog?
Oh, yeah, the dog was in the house!
We haven't gotten to that point yet. We haven't gone back to the shop, okay? All right, the dog is fine. I promise. No dogs were killed in the in the making of this movie, okay?
Riley just takes a bit to kind of get more familiar with the distinct-based snuggle beast. How big is this thing compared to Riley?
Maticus.
It's a stuffed ant. How big you want it? It costs 600 gold pieces. The equivalent of like
life size.
That's like $60,000. You tell me how big it is.
I think it's like one of those ones that like frequently little kids will use as like a pillow because it's just like this big, almost body pillow sized stuffed animal. And just kind of gently kind of leans on top of it, still clearly not fully awake, and just kind of half mumbles, "You're pretty cool. If I end up like you, I don't think that's such a bad thing."
Xanthi just gives a smile and she goes like, I'm not trying to be cool. I'm just trying to stay sane like everyone else. We're in this together. And she's going to just extend her hand and offer a bit of a fist bump.
Riley will just kind of smile and give you a good old fist bump.
Xanthi will just kind of chuckle and she's going to lean back and she's going to kind of just take some deep breaths, not really doing like the full-on meditation that Baro taught her, but again, just kind of centering herself for the morning, knowing that they're going to have to... Oh my God! I'm sorry, the side chat.
Anyway.
And she's going to kind of try and center herself the best she can. Does she? I don't think. Does she need to roll for her sobriety this morning? I don't think she does anymore. No, I don't think she does. Or does she get advantage?
You have advantage on it. That's how it's been.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been that long since we've had to actually do this.
I know.
And also, you are on the downhill part of it, so your DC is decreasing daily.
Well, it was a 5 and a natural 20, so Xanthi's feeling hop, skip, and a jump today.
Absolutely. It's you know, you hand that snuggle beast over, and you're feeling excellent about yourself.
Xanthi's healing her inner child right now, as well as trying to do
Heal
her
the
best
actual child.
to keep allow Riley to have a childhood the best that they can, in the apocalyptic situations that we have put them in.
Oh, beautiful. Taylor, I'm just saying, we've talked about it before. You're not allowed to call this therapy, or else I have to charge you. So.
It's okay, we're making it pro bono.
After, I'm assuming Xanthi wanders away or whatever, using the spice murmur, Riley will direct it to Baro and just say, "Can we talk alone?"
Of course. Would you like to join me to buy some tea at the market?
Sure. And we'll just stand up, leaving the snuggle beast, because there's no way early morning Riley is lugging that thing around anyway yet.
You do have a
and will
bag of
leave.
holding.
Listen, she's also leaving a bag of holding. She's leaving everything that's not just the clothes on her back, and will join Borrow.
So, since there is another trip to the market happening, there is another person who has voiced wanting to do market things that wasn't Secret Agent Snuggle Beast mission. So, actually,
I'm
we'll
retconning.
do.
I'm taking the bag of gems with me because that's the only currency that Riley and Petrichor have.
Which is, Xanthi
There's a
had
lot of
that, so you
gems.
could definitely get whatever you feel you needed. I will do these. I will do this. Before you guys actually leave, there is a knock on the door. Mordecai will go up to it and kind of like hold a finger up to everybody who remains, like basically be quiet. It's not a firearm. It's literally a like small cannon that he holds up to the door. What do you want?
You can definitely tell this is a friend of your soul.
And from the other side of the door, you hear, "We are here to speak with the adventurers. This is Minister of Divination Neki."
How is he sticking?
Mordecai kind of looks over at you guys, looks back at the door, looks back at you guys. Ain't got no adventurers here.
Riley will go up and just kind of like actually move him out of the way and start undoing the locks. Like, just give us a second.
As you're unlocking them, you hear, "We appreciate your discretion, Mordecai, and you don't need that contraption." And he's immediately going to start looking around for anything that could potentially, like, he doesn't feel like he should have been viewed in this moment.
I was gonna say Borrow has been outside though. Like he didn't go back in when Xanthi came back. So
You were just having a conversation with Riley, though.
yeah, but I thought that Riley.
Spies murmur.
Yeah.
That was said. Never mind.
Riley's still undoing the locks because Riley still has to get outside.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
When the
technically, yeah. I don't know.
When the door opens, you see two individuals. Number one being Neki, the Yuan-Ti Minister of Divination. And you also see the feminine drow individual, the
Ash.
form of Trislana Moonshard, who is the Minister of Conjuration. And they both look they both look down at you and have I'm not going to say like bright smiling faces, but they are like cordial, and they just say, "Is everyone here?"
Clucky went to go do his round, so he's not back yet, but
I don't know if you would like to wait for him for the conversation, but we are here on behalf of the Archmagister. You mentioned needing assistance leaving this, I believe you said, dimension. And
that's a Petrichor conversation.
right. and gestures to Trislana. Trislana is here to try and find out what would be necessary for that, as it sounds like this is possibly in the realm of conjuration. So, if you would like to have this conversation with the entire party.
Riley will look around at everyone, look at Barrow specifically, look back up at them, and just say, "Do you guys have time?"
I suppose we have more time now than we ever had before in this place.
I suppose for a conversation.
Clarification. Riley's pressing the two at the door.
Riley's doing what to them? I'm sorry?
Riley's addressing the two at the door, not the party, when she asked, "Do you have time?"
Yes, we're doing what we can for you. Probably whatever results this conversation has, we will have to bring this back and possibly get, I don't know, components or materials, whatever the case may be, to try and assist you. But we will need some more information about how you got here and how you intend to leave.
Lean towards Barrow and just kind of whisper, but not very quietly, "Is this something that Petrichor should do now, or can it wait?"
Barrow has a moment where he considers, well, the journey that we are on is to find someone who means a lot to Petrichor. Nevertheless, we understand now that time passes differently through different dimensions. Perhaps you can ask them.
I guess that's what I probably should have started with, shouldn't I? And the two at the door actually, probably for the first time, get to watch what it looks like when Petrichor and Riley are having a conversation with each other. And Riley just kind of says, "Clay doesn't need to be here for this. We're going to make it fast, because I have a thing that I was doing." And then the period of a handful of minutes that it takes for Riley and Petrichor to switch elapses, and Petrichor kind of blinks a couple of times and looks up at them. What kind of... I mean, I can tell you what we've used before to charge the crystal.
Trislana speaks up and just says, There's a crystal that needs to be charged."
Yeah. Who has the crystal at this point? Does Barrow still have it?
That's a good question.
I believe that Barrow did collect the
Because
crystal
when we were at the dial, Barrow's the one that grabbed the crystal. I don't think it's been taken out since.
I don't think so. But let's say that yes, he has it, and he presents it to
Petrichor will just
Petrichor's
take it.
direction.
And kind of towards them. This is kind of the power conduit that powers the dial, which is how we travel from dimension to dimension. But every power source we've gotten so far only lasts one transport, so we keep having to recharge it. A couple of things we've used in prior dimensions to charge it was the breath of a dragon, the full power of a sun that wasn't supposed to be there, that was basically a portal to the plane of fire that was incubating a thing. I don't even want to know what it was. It was bad. We got out of there though. Some magical pool water, a nuclear bomb. A couple of things we've used.
The Breath of a Dragon, they're kind of impressed, but pretty much as you go on from there, their expressions go from impressed to horrified to just completely confused.
Sounds all right.
So they're just going to kind of look at each other, and Neki is going to address Chislan and just say, sorry. Yeah, just going to look at Trislana and raise an eyebrow and just go, Sharilla. And Trislana's going to say, Sharilla. And they're going to turn back to you both and just say, we'll bring this to the Minister of Artifice. This sounds possibly like something they might need to be involved with as well. We'll probably do this at a meeting of the entire council, so everybody would be aware, if just in case somebody does know something that might be able to assist. And from there, Trislana basically will ask for the boring bits from Petrichor about, like, what's the size of the crystal, like the things going back and forth to get specifics to bring back to Sharilla and the rest of the council. Once they feel like they've gathered all of the information that they can, they politely bid you all adieu and say that they will return probably within a few hours, and ask if this is where you will be staying for the time being.
As far as I'm aware.
Or just as a moment of like, so long as the hospitality of our guests, of our host remains, I suppose this place is good as any.
Mordecai's been standing off to the side, but making sure that he is within arm's reach of this cannon, but hasn't done anything, and just kind of like, as much as I can help you all, I guess I will.
Bar offers a grateful nod.
If that
And
settles
pie ox.
if that settles things, the two exit the establishment, and now with the ability to leave, Riley and Barrow start making their own way to the Fingers District, to the market. And that is where we will take our short 10-minute break, and I shall see you all very, very soon. Thanks. See ya!
Yellow.
Oh,
We're back from the break.
is the party wrangler gone?
The
No.
DM is not here, therefore it means we have one D&D. So
Everyone gets level 20.
I'd like to thank the Academy.
And
I would
Which
like
academy?
to
No.
thank the
Ours.
tavern. So anyone gonna improv here?
I will take the opportunity to say that thank you everybody who is watching and everything, and we apologize for Tarzan's lack of decorum. But as we have mentioned before, Cluck is only 4 years old, and Tarzan is a method actor. So it's just one of those things.
He's embracing his inner toddler right
I will
now.
take the
Obviously.
opportunity to say, if you like this episode and any of the other adventures that you have seen us, you can find us on YouTube or follow us here on Twitch to find any previous episodes of these adventures that we do. We have a few adventures that we do during the week. Tuesdays, we have a Star Wars adventure hosted by our 4-year-old Tarzan over here. He usually tends to be a little less 4-year-old during those sessions just because it's necessary.
brutal.
Wednesdays, we have Dimensional Dial, as you are here today. Thursdays, we tend to have Tales of Barton. I believe tomorrow there's going to be a one-shot that we're going to have. So if you guys are interested in watching a pirate adventure one-shot, tune in tomorrow. When it comes to next week, I believe our lineup is going to stay somewhat similar as per usual. If there are any changes, we will let you all know. And now that I have enjoyed talking and hearing myself talk, I'm going to pass it back to Bartholomew. And you're welcome.
Wait, I wasn't ready. No, I'm kidding.
Mistakes were made.
What mistakes were made?
Tarzan, you got a little something just right here.
Do you mean
You
mistakes
missed a
were
spot?
made?
I don't have anywhere to put this now that I'm done eating it.
Well, then you're gonna have to just keep eating it until it's gone, buddy.
It's a lot.
Apologies to our viewers. It appears that Tarzan has blew himself.
Blew himself up. And...
Anyway.
Happy birthday!
Hello, Bluey.
Bingo!
No. We're not going there. We're not going there. You keep Bluey cooler. So,
For the kids.
back into the session. Thank you all for doing the intermission announcements. We watch as Barrow and Riley leave into the city streets, heading towards the Fingers District. Will we be having conversation on the way or when we get to a spot? Alrighty.
Probably on the way.
Then the floor, or in this case, the street, is yours.
I don't know how well this is going to work. We're going to see.
You're doing great.
Doing great, sweetie.
I don't have my notes anymore because I don't have access to two different screens. What did I write down? That's what I wrote down. As they start walking, Riley waits a little bit before she speaks up, making sure that there's distance between them and everybody else. And just looking down at her feet, will ask, do you want to put your input in on what Draven was talking about?
What exactly?
About you. He said that he saw things.
It's been about me taking lives in the past.
Yeah.
course. I wasn't always a non-lethal fighter. The monastery trained me like any other person that would have been trained there. And I learned various forms of combat, weaponry. None ever meant to be used for the sake of killing or the intent of oppressing or anything else that could have been against the code of the Way of the Leaf. That being said, the Way of the Leaf is a very individual path. At some point, the wind calls you out, and you must set out to the world. And just like many other people in the past, when I adventured and I found myself confronted with challenges, I used whatever tools I had at my disposal. And taking lives, while not something that I took for granted, seemed necessary as part of what needed to be done. And then this happened, and he gestures and traces the scar on his eye. You see, it was not just one moment, but as I visited more lands and encountered more people who needed help, fought battles along many rebellions, kingdoms, there was a moment where it felt as though something was shifting. I couldn't put my finger on it. One day, at the courtyard after a very arduous battle, protecting a village, a survivor attempted to take my life with my own sword. He came close enough. He was resilient, had a heart. Unfortunately, an arrow caught him before he could follow through. I held him in my arms, felt his heartbeat slowing down. And that was the last time that I used that sword. I cannot explain to you why. I just felt that perhaps it was time to try something different. And that perhaps it was not my place to choose whose life I had to take before at least giving them a chance to change it.
There's a while where she doesn't say anything. But as you're talking, she just kind of nods in some form of understanding. She seems to be trying to collect what she's going to say. And when she finally finds a place to start, she just kind of looks up at you, up at the scar that you gestured to, and gestures to her own. I was actually going to use, the whole sharing scar thing as a different moment, but I guess it kind of intertwines with this one. I got mine when I had to have been like 5 or 6. I think it was one of the times that Skylar was beginning to teach me how to climb buildings and travel across rooftops, because there's a lot of those where I come from. So it wasn't that big of a deal, but some of them have higher drops than others. And on a particular roof, I hit a slick patch on some of the tiling and started sliding. I caught myself before I tumbled over the edge. It was a bigger building, and Skylar helped me up, but there was a broken rain gutter that was attached to the edge of it that clipped my chin, which, runs a little bit underneath of my chin to just under where my lip sits. I can't really feel it much anymore under my fingers, but you can definitely see it. It's kind of this jagged little triangular thing. Not a lot of people share those kind of stories. They're the simple ones, mostly. At least for me, they are. I have a couple on my feet, but that's because I had a habit of going around barefoot, which my dad hated because we lived in an area that dealt with a little more of the radiation and the cloud fogs and everything, and the dirt tended to be contaminated. So it wasn't the smartest idea, but I did it anyway. But that's how I got my scar.
Tim said, Skylar was a good companion.
Yeah, we were best buds, almost inseparable. He was 2 years older than me, just about. So if he was still around, he wasn't 2 years older than me. He was 4 years older than me, so he'd be 14 if he was still around.
Landros, my brother, was also the young one. He had a very big laughter.
I used to. I don't tend to laugh as much anymore.
Oh, maybe you will again.
I mean, I still laugh, but it's not the same as it used to be. But bad things kind of do that to you.
Would you like to hear a story about Landros?
Yeah.
One day we were out in the fields. Lots of fields of wheat. And we were playing with sticks, pretending to fight. And at one point, I tripped, hurt my knee, and started crying. And he approached to me very seriously, got right on my face, and Borrow sort of like leans into Riley's face. And he said to me, "You should get up. I have never known you to be weak." And then he started laughing.
That actually gets a light chuckle out of Riley. And she just kind of shakes her head. That's stupid.
Yes. But I absolutely forgot the pain of my knee after that moment. I don't know why or how I was able to find my peace with that which I have lost. The monks were very helpful with it. There was a lot of quietude, a lot of repetition, a lot of training and exhaustion, a lot of crying. And slowly, everything seemed to connect, like the branches of trees, stretching, extending to every leaf, each one individual and yet all connected. When the fields of my land get polluted by magic, after I have lost my sight, it was my nose that made me feel hesitant about the fruits that we used to gather. If I had eaten them as my family did, then I would have joined them back then. Instead, a wandering monk stumbled upon our cottage, asking for refuge. And in exchange, my mother asked of him to take me with them. She told me, "Say your farewells, but never your goodbyes." And so I did.
Sometimes wish that I got to say farewell to my family.
There are many things that I try to understand, Riley. But I could never pretend or even try to think that I could ever understand somebody else's loss. Your journey with those who are no longer here is your own. And I think me and the rest of the party only hope to be here to help you with the burden, whatever way we can. And we will only be able to know and understand how as much as you decide to communicate with us how to do so. Otherwise, they'll be just as blind as me.
I know. I also know that trying. I don't know what I need, and I haven't really been able to think about it much, given everything that's been happening. But after recent events and a lot of whatever it is that Petrichor and I can do, kind of not feel each other's feelings, but something similar to that. Petrichor really cares about all of you guys. And it wouldn't be fair of me to be harboring any kind of mistrust or prejudice against any of you guys, especially you. Because I know what that would do to Petrichor. And if we're going to be stuck with each other for the foreseeable future, I don't want to start off with us being on opposite sides. I guess what I'm trying to say, I mean, the entire party means a lot to Petrichor, but you in particular. They don't know exactly what it is. I've tried explaining it a couple of times. But you're really special to them. And I feel like it would be important to them if I tried to not harbor any prejudice or, I guess, even jealousy against you because of the relationship that you do have with Petrichor. Because it kind of reminds me of me and my dad a little bit. And, you know, it's kind of hard not to be a little bit jealous of that. But I don't know. I felt I should make at least a little bit of an effort, at least for them.
Moro pauses and turns to face them, crouches, holding his staff. It takes a deep wisdom and strength to speak as you have right now. I am grateful for the opportunity to earn your trust as much as I can. And while I do know that you and Petrichor are different people, I just want you to know that whether you and Petrichor, even if you and Petrichor were not sharing the same body, even if the two of you were apart from each other, I would still be fighting with the same intensity to keep the both of you safe. And even if you don't know yet what it is that you want to do next, what path you want to follow, we will continue to fight, to live day after day, buying more and more time, so that the more time we have, the more time you do. We cannot tell you what you are supposed to do, but we will fight for you to have the opportunity to find out. After all, you are not wheat.
Nah. I'm hard.
Indeed. Now, perhaps you can help me find a tea that doesn't taste so bad.
I'm not really a tea person, so I don't know if it'll be much help.
That's exactly the reason why you're the perfect person. No. And he pushes himself up and sort of starts walking beside them.
I think at this point, Riley actually, like, when you mention getting tea, they remember something, and actually from under a belt that they're still wearing, they pull out this folded piece of paper and unfold it. And if Petrichor had written it, you'd be able to read what it says. But Riley wrote this, so it's in normal English. But it looks like it's a list of items.
I mean, he can't see that.
True. But they pull out a piece of paper.
That being said, if this concludes the conversation part of this journey, we don't have to roleplay the shopping part.
We bought everything. Got it.
You can get all of those things. KJ, you and I have already talked about it.
Yep.
Borrow, you can find your tea. Something very pleasant. Exactly what you're looking
spilled
for.
a lot of hot tea already. I'll tell you what.
You're welcome.
I love it so much.
I will also say, Clucky, since you were doing rounds while this happened, conveniently after this conversation, Clucky probably would have joined you for the actual shopping part, as there were things that you wanted to pick up as well. I don't know if there were... Yeah. Pretty much...
Probably would have
What you...
seen Clucky like yelling at somebody to let him have whatever it is, the collection of potions that he wants, and realizing he doesn't have money, is like looking around frantically, and then sees the two of you. Oi, hey, need these. He said they do the feel good stuff. I need that shit in my pocket.
The feel good stuff.
Um,
Lucky is buying narcotics.
say a number for how many you're looking for, just to kind of, I don't know, yeah, exactly however many that you feel would be appropriate and of what kind. And then
I would
guess
say
that it's kind of a party fund right now. We can figure out that total later.
I would say
and
probably
also
be
the other thing you asked for.
Yeah, I would say he probably was pointing at like a bundle of like probably like 5 normal healing potions, and saw the odd shape of a greater healing potion and was like, I want that too.
Got it. We can absolutely make that happen. We'll after stream, I'll total that up and we'll make sure that that's all copacetic.
And then this is actually a perfect time. He taking notice to the hatchling. Yo, where's that little cool fucking bag shite that you had that you stuffed big shit into? I want one of those. Can I get one of those? I need one. That little old shite bag that you stuff big shite into. I want one of those for myself. Do you understand how?
The Mary Poppins bag?
I have no fucking clue what the fuck that means, but yeah, that thing. I need one of those.
I mean, we got it from the goose.
Where's not goose?
I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna need your talkative skills. I will probably choke somebody if they don't give me what I want. So, find one, hatchling, you two, come with me. I need help.
I will leave it up to you guys. A bag of holding is an uncommon magic item. This is a very high magic city. This is something that you could find a number of places. If you would like to go to the Goose's Roost, you can. If you just want to pick one up somewhere, that's fine.
Would this make the number 3 bag of holding that we have in the party?
You have 3?
Oh wait, no, the gooses was given back to the goose. Never mind.
Yep.
We can't keep his stuff. He's been so kind to us.
We didn't have to give it back.
No, he gave it back to himself.
He did.
So you didn't give it back. He got it back.
Yeah. Quick and easy. Little trip.
Just gonna pick for one up somewhere else, or
I would say that
want to talk to Jerry.
Bara probably would just, since they're in the market, he would just have that moment of asking someone, with a description of, it's a bag that has a large capacity. Do you know anyone who sells it?
Can fit all these fucking weapons that I'm carrying on my back right now.
It would not be very difficult for them to point you to a vendor of some kind that was nearby. So, again, we'll add that to the total after stream, but you can pick up a bag of holding pretty easily here.
Yeah, buddy.
Alrighty.
And put all these big ass fucking weapons away now.
Will we be returning? All right.
Probably.
The party returns to Mordecai's establishment. Once you're in, anything that needs to be done now that the group is together? All right.
I mean, while I have time to kill, Riley's going to do the other thing that I talked to you about, which is go through the bag of holding that Riley has to know absolutely everything in that bag with a surety, because she doesn't trust everything the goose knows, and he wasn't able to give very in detailed descriptions of these items.
How would you like to go about this as Riley? And I need to pull up a list of items.
As Riley. I think she taps into some of the methods that her dad taught her for identifying things and their nature and what they're made of, what they're used for, what they're capable of, and whatnot. Kind of similar to handling a gun or finding berries or things like that. And then all of the magical input, just having a conversation with Petrichor to see if Petrichor has any input or advice about what they are.
So I know the answer is no for Riley. Does Petrichor have access to the Identify spell?
I don't.
Hmm. That's going to make this pretty difficult.
Well, I figured if we had a lot of time, even if I only get through a couple of items, almost the same process mechanically as like attuning to an item.
So when you attune to some things, it doesn't always tell you every property depending on what the item is.
True.
Identify usually tells more things in these cases.
I thought I
Usually.
had that spell.
Does somebody else?
Nope. Well,
I do.
the
That is a rock.
Of all the things that they bought, a rock is actually not one of them.
no, it's not. Riley would do her best to identify what she can, and then when the
Are you telling me that Soul does not have Identify?
listen, none of us have this spell. None of us do.
Soul,
Terrible.
This is your job.
Terrible magic users, all of you.
Xanthi's
I
all
don't have
about
it as a cleric.
boom boom. Like
Listen.
she's not all about smart. No.
As fate would
I
have
don't
it,
have it.
as fate would have it, Bara also doesn't have it.
So-
Soul was always taught from a young age to do things the hard way. Okay, it instills discipline. So yeah, he doesn't have the identify spell.
Xanthi's always kind of
Okay,
punch first, ask questions later. So
no, that tracks. That tracks. But what I'm going to say is that the person who told me that the background for the character they were going to be playing is somebody who recovers magical artifacts and then fixes them for resale.
Mm-hmm.
Would it not be helpful to figure out what these magical artifacts do
he's got
with a first level spell that you have access to as a prepared caster, meaning that whenever you take a long rest, you can change what spells you have prepared?
Mm.
Well, when you put it like
honestly, I never thought of it. To be fair, player, okay. As Soul, yeah, I'm gonna stick to my story, okay. And he's been around for a long freaking time. He's seen a lot of magical items. I'm sure he could.
But this is Jerry the Goose we're talking about.
He's seen Jerry's wares.
Yeah, and probably most of them you would have to identify. Especially because a lot of the descriptions that he gives are very vague.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Tell me about this
well,
sword. Well, it stabs people. Oh, okay.
let's
The best
say
I
this
got-
then. He doesn't
the
have
best-
that spell prepared today. Okay.
The
Well, you
best
did
I
just
got.
come off of a long rest, and
Best.
I'm a generous god.
Listen, you're forcing my hand here, man. What do you want me to do?
to
You don't
have
have to.
identify so that somebody can figure shit out.
Got it. All right, done.
you had a long rest. You can get that
Yeah.
spell set up.
The best Petrichor has is detect magic.
Which would give you a school and like how many
Not
different things
much.
can you do with evocation? So are we
Okay.
taking this route that Riley and Soul would identify Riley's mystery items?
Sure.
Riley, where would we like to start?
I would like to start with that spell scroll that we got told summons something.
Smash.
And this is how we will do things. I am literally, because this is exactly what would happen. I'm just going to take the descriptions and send them to Oz, and he can tell you.
Lovely.
Please hold.
I don't have my mini notebook, so I'm having to try to remember what all of the items were, which I think I have. I think I'm good. But it might be iffy.
So, Riley,
Hmm.
this scroll, upon reading it, it summons just a random creature from any plane of existence.
Interesting. I will just take
Each
the scroll back, put it back
each
in the bag.
each entity can be either helpful, neutral, or hostile. So use it wisely.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then we'll take out the wand that we got told um, could potentially be something to do with wild magic and maybe the controlling of. We were not given very specific anything on that wand.
Riley, have you had any dealings with wild magic before?
I
Uncontrollable
don't
magic.
know what uncontrollable magic. I mean,
Yeah.
Xanthe every once in a while.
Xanthe just kind of like glances over and just goes, haha, very funny.
You love me. Anyway,
Well, this wand is
Lucky you're cute.
basically this wand is basically a conduit for wild magic. Every time you
hmm,
use it, anything could happen. Anything from a puff of air to a gargantuan fireball.
hmm, hmm, hmm. Takes the wand back, puts it back in the bag, pulls out the mask that we got kind of a mini demonstration on. And in my notes, I have mask of many faces with like 6 question marks.
Oh yeah, didn't you use that at the bone pits?
I have not used it.
You were going to, and you decided against it.
Because you had to attune to it.
Yeah.
I was not specifically told if I had to attune to it. I don't
No,
know.
you don't have to use. I don't think. No, you don't have to attune to any of these.
Oh, perfect. Ah, okay. He will hold the mask away from him, kind of just like, ugh. Well, this mask is useful, kinda. If you want to disguise yourself in a jiffy, you definitely can for sure.
What are you
But
not telling me? Come on, give me the details.
it, hmm,
Don't sugarcoat
it's
it. Give me the facts.
it's unreliable at best. Okay, and it sometimes you might not be able to return to the form you were.
What?
Yeah, it's my personal opinion. It's a cursed item
Hmm.
just because it's just so much of uncertainty, and yeah, you might not regain your form afterwards. There's that.
This is absolutely cursed.
Fucking goose, I swear to God.
Riley just takes the mask, looks at it. So it's like the apple that Snow White ate, and puts it back in the bag. What else did we get? We'll pull out the dagger that I've used that we got told does non-physical damage, but is curious if there's anything else about the dagger. I haven't been given specifics. Well, kind of, for combat.
So this dagger, much as you've already surmised, doesn't really do actual damage. However, it does attack the mind. I advise you to use it with caution and on who you use it on, because there can be some lingering psychological effects. Trauma.
Cool. Cool.
We got plenty of that.
Also,
Interesting.
also,
Also?
noting your previous fight with a certain vampire,
Hmm.
I remember that your dagger was taken from you.
Hmm?
I have the ability to ensure that this dagger will never be taken from you again.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Are you telling me this dagger is basically like Percy Jackson's sword
Nope,
riptide?
no. I can infuse it with my magic.
Oh, you can.
Should you
That
so
makes more
choose.
sense.
Or any dagger, or something of a that you can light enough that you could probably throw.
Cool. Cool. Cool.
Everything's light enough for me to throw.
What else?
Specifically,
Let's
raw, a thrown property weapon.
see. I know that
Like just-
Xanthi has the fan, so I don't have that.
Like he's
Had
just
to
got a
roll-
bag of chicken feet under his arm and he's just shoving handfuls into his mouth.
Love that for him.
This is watching
Oh, Jesus.
go down.
Petrichor will grab the doctor's dagger and present that, because I've also used that and I think I know all the capabilities, but Riley
That
just wants
one-
to be absolutely certain.
That one was attunement, I believe I said, and you are attuned to it, so you would know all of
Cool.
what I have already told you about. I will tell Soul this does not reveal anything that KJ doesn't already know. There's no curses or
Got
anything
it.
on this.
What else do I have in
Yeah.
this bag? The carpet! The carpet.
What I will do instead of revealing like what it does or revealing what its command
Just-
word is,
You
I
just
will
need the command word.
instead allow this process to let whoever it is in the party set the command word.
Wait, this could be so funny.
Petralodocious.
Lamb.
No.
Lambs.
So Soul.
Hold on, I have to
upon-
make this an Aladdin meme, you guys.
I'm not gonna name it. He's gonna explain it. Soul, upon receiving the carpet, well, it's a magical carpet, and it doesn't have a command word yet.
Oh, it had one, but you can reset it.
You can reset the name.
Hotwire it.
Let me hotwire this
Is
carpet.
it a command word?
Yeah.
Jailbreaking a carpet we stole.
Scrum diddly-icious, and
No, no,
it
no,
would
no, no,
fly
no.
if you wanted
No.
to.
This has to be an Aladdin thing. None of you will understand, but it has
I don't like
to.
that.
I
Nope.
can't pass up this chance.
Aladdin is
Fuck
the
Who the fuck is Aladdin? Is that a kind of
It's
lamp?
not going to be
Carpets-
Aladdin.
The carpet's
But-
name's gonna be Rug.
is he a mage caster, or like who is this Aladdin you speak of?
He sounds wimpy. I don't like it. Carpet's name's gonna
Well,
be
he
Rug.
was. He was a street rat who fell in love with the princess and pretended to be a prince because he found a magical lamp with a genie inside of it, made his 3 wishes, be a prince. It's a whole thing. But he found a magic carpet whose name was Rug.
We have a similar story in the Feywilds.
Is entirely not paying attention and is thinking so hard about what this word should be.
He's nuts.
Got him.
Honor. Oh,
Well, it
Choice.
doesn't have to be now.
Choices
We
that
can
destroy.
think about it later.
we're gonna.
I'll
what
brainstorm
else,
it. I'll brainstorm it.
what else we got going on for the day? Can we go fight something? Speaking of fighting,
And
where is the
hold on.
undead lady?
Wait. Oh, wait.
She.
And then Bartholomew
Eh?
gets her DM.
Do what?
There's 2 different rings that I would like to identify.
Okay.
One of them I am hiding point blank from Barrow, in particular.
Okay. So which one are you handing over first?
The one I'm hiding from Barrow in particular.
Okay.
It's a ring.
It's a ring.
Hand it over to Soul. Soul, you cast Identify on this ring. It has 0 magical properties.
This ring isn't remarkable at all.
KJ Rage quit.
This ring isn't remarkable at all. Just a fancy ring.
It's very fancy, actually. Give me an intelligence check.
Me?
Yeah, and add your proficiency bonus to it.
I don't trust it.
Another nat 20. 2 rolls out of the day.
So it's a metallic band that is just with the nat 20. You're
Yeah,
getting there. I know you are.
Yeah.
It's it's a metallic band, but it is inlaid with many very, very small diamonds. And Soul, as you're looking over here, it's just a fancy ring. There's nothing magical about it. It's very fancy, and you look at it closer. These diamonds, even though they are incredibly small, are perfect. One might say that each one of these diamonds would be easily worth over 500 gold pieces.
Lovely.
Revivify.
Soul is going to close his hand over the ring. Then
But no,
put
that's
it
mine.
in Riley's hand. And cover their hand, keeping it closed. Keep this very safe. Whoever crafted this ring put their heart and soul into it, and it is pristine.
I wouldn't say that, but sure.
It's worth quite a bit.
Like how much?
Just one of these tiny diamonds, just one, could fund your stay in this city for years.
So you're saying this could be really useful for petrichor?
I'd say so, yes.
Amazing. We'll put it in the bag of holding, and we'll give you the other ring that they picked up from where Draven disappeared.
So, Soul, I have Oz. I already did mention to you because you kind of spotted it. But it is small gold ring with a purple gem inlaid into it that is flanked on either side by very ornate skulls that have elongated canines. The ring itself is non-magical. The gem, however, whatever is, and I've told you that it is an astral shard. Which I do believe you looked up what that was and what it can do.
I have to refresh my brain though.
Okay.
But Riley wants to know, though.
Astral shard. I'm just making sure that I have the actual name correct.
An astral shard is when you see God while you're using the toilet.
I am correct.
I'll see
Astral
myself
shard.
out. I'm sorry.
It's just one of those moments that just reminds you, yeah, she just said we're live, guys.
Okay.
Welcome to our show.
Onward.
Humor.
So upon seeing this ring again for the second time and upon closer inspection, Soul kind of stumbles back a little bit and puts a shaky hand on the table next to him. I haven't seen one of these in a while.
Don't be cryptic. Give me the details.
The ring isn't remarkable. The gem, however, is an astral shard, and it has a number of uses.
Come on, get
One
to
of
the
them-
point. What does it do?
One of them being
Oh,
that you can attach it to any tiny object, such as a weapon or a piece of jewelry, or detach it at will. But it's especially good for spellcasters, and most particularly someone like Mordecai, for instance. Whenever someone casts a spell and utilizes the innate powers of magic that a sorcerer is given to them, upon casting the spell, they can immediately teleport 30 feet away in any direction.
Okay.
Basically,
Hold
Mystic
on.
Step.
So I can teleport with this ring?
Yes, you can.
Cool.
Provided that you are tuned to it, of course.
That doesn't matter. I don't
For
obey by your laws
clarification.
and physics.
For clarification, to the player, an astral shard has to be attuned to by a sorcerer, and the teleportation effect triggers when you use a meta magic option.
See it?
Yep. Trying
It's
to
a
figure out how to
meta-magic
say
thing.
it.
If the
in-game.
meta magic
Right.
thing wasn't a thing, Riley would still totally use it. Because she could.
Who's saying that Riley can't become a sorcerer?
I am.
Xanthi is there. Okay. Teacher.
Riley will just kind of be like,
Extraordinaire.
Xanthi would not be a good teacher.
That's
She'd
not
be like,
the point.
so you know that rage you feel? Just ah!
Riley will take the
That's
ring
Xanthi.
back, put it back in the bag of holding. I think that's all of the items I have.
Well, if that's all, there is a matter that I wish to discuss with Petrichor, if possible.
Oh?
Something pertaining to your union, if you will.
Oh?
Laro's ears perk up.
He will produce one of the rubies while you all were gone on your shopping trip. Soul had been back at the shop drinking away. He produces one of the rubies that he was given. Was it a ruby or a sapphire that Xanthi had given to him?
Sapphire.
Was it sapphire? Okay, yeah. He'll produce a sapphire. On it are several runes engraved on it. This is unfinished. I have yet to draw the final rune upon it. But with it, you will be able to create a lifeless body. Don't know how to join the spirit to a body. I'm not a necromancer, but you might be able to utilize it. Hopefully, somewhere in your travels, you'll be able to find a source powerful enough to imbue
Hold
it.
up a moment. Hold on. Let me get this straight. Let me try to wrap my tiny little brain around the concept you've just thrown at my lap. This gem, with all of its fancy little runes, can make a dead body that's only dead because it doesn't have a
It doesn't have a
soul in
consciousness.
it.
Correct.
So that potentially we could, in theory, be separated?
Should you ever feel the need, yes.
How long have you known this is a thing?
Well, I tried asking you about it before, and you kind of gave me a half answer.
What? When? When was this?
When
I
you
don't
first
remember.
arrived. I suppose it was Petrichor at the time. But when you first arrived, I had asked, what is it that keeps you two together? And I gave the option of possibly mending that part of Petrichor, seeing as how everyone has said that they were a construct of sorts. But
I mean,
since
neither of us really know what's keeping us together. Neither of us, I mean, both of us were conscious during the procedure, but let's just say neither of us have taken time to try to remember.
it's fair. I'm sure it was very traumatic. So, joining of two consciousness together in one body is not an easy process. I'm very certain.
I mean, I'm sure eventually we could probably try to figure it out. But I mean, that was never a possibility before. I don't know how to feel about this.
I could teach you the final rune necessary to complete the spell. But it's yours if you'd like to have it.
And Riley legitimately looks like she's in a little bit of shock.
Borrow's whole attention is on Riley right now.
That's something.
Now,
That's what that is.
it is somewhat of note that you will not be human. You will be a homunculus at this point.
What now?
Homunculus. Homunculi are artificially created beings. They have their own consciousness and are able to think and feel just like we do, but they aren't human.
So a fancy automaton.
Of a sort, I suppose. But instead of gears, wires, and arcane energy, it's flesh and blood.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Thanks, I guess.
It's the least I could do.
I will very gingerly take this and very gingerly put it in the bag of holding.
The soul will take out a piece of paper and show you, slowly inscribe the rune on it. And hand it over.
Cool. That's a thing. And Riley will like look at everybody else like, I don't know what to do here. Anybody?
Oh, wow.
Baro just says to Soul, "Thank you, Soul, for giving them
A
an
rock.
option."
I know I wouldn't want to be trapped, however pleasant the prison may be. Still, that
Here, here.
you aren't free in the truest sense to do what you wish.
That's
No
true.
one deserves that.
I mean, I've heard of it with people before who have it worse than me and Patrick were do. They're just not natural. They're, yeah. I don't remember what it's called. It's a whole thing. I don't know if you guys have it in your world.
There are many things that
Anyway.
I've experienced in the astral plane, and I will say not being able to be myself is probably one of the scariest things that
I mean, you and Clucky got to experience what it's like for me and Petrichor. That was you guys, right?
yeah, it was very uncomfortable. I do not recommend to anyone. No offense, Clucky.
Wait, that wasn't a fucking dream?
No, that definitely wasn't. That was longest minutes of my life. Let's put it that way.
Xanthi just shudders, remembering she was Goose.
Oh,
I had
so
wings.
you had your you were that was real.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I got to have wings for a little bit because I was you. Petrichor was Soul.
So that was your family that we all saw. That was your
Yeah.
ancestors.
Like, Riley looks genuinely surprised. What?
You summoned your ancestors are with you. You used my I thought that was just a fucking dream, but yeah, that was your family is always with you.
You saw them?
As sure as you're standing before me right now, except you're not in my body this time. I swear that was a fucking dream, but that was way too off.
Do you not remember the beings that you conjured in the ruined lab?
To be fair, I don't really remember what goes on around my immediate vicinity, or is that the right word? Yeah. When I'm very pissed off. So, Hashling not knowing that the family was by their side is kind of.
I mean, I didn't really think about it. I was kind of paying attention and keeping the door closed.
Yeah, that.
Shall we leave this
tunnel
up to fate? Riley, roll a history check. And we'll see if now that you are not raging, that you can remember what you were seeing.
Solid.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
Oh my.
You don't remember anything.
Honey of liking in my
Your
face.
whole memory gets erased.
DC was 30.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Riley, you remember the quick flashes of stepping outside, seeing the creature looking at you, coming back inside and thinking, I just have to keep this door shut. You remember the banging of several of these creatures coming in, but whereas in the moment You were just focused on, I have to keep this door shut. Now that you're thinking about that memory, that tunnel vision expands to what your eyes were actually seeing, and you saw a few more sets of hands on the door with you. And as you were looking around, talking with people in the party, you saw your mother, father, and older brother.
There's this mixed smile of joy and sadness, of realizing that they were right there, but not realizing it in the moment. And just kind of sits there in that.
It's not an easy process, but if it's something that would interest you, I could teach you. From what Papa told me, a lot of it has to do with traditional, with the ink on the skin being stabbed in. I think he called it a tattoo.
Wait, a tattoo?
The traditional sense of establishing a connection with your ancestors is usually done so through the marking of the skin. Being that I have feathers all over my body, is kind of hard to do that. So we originally did it with paint, and over time it just I didn't have to rely on the paint to establish a connection, and I've just been able to maintain it. But I could teach you the ritual if that would be something you are interested in. But it takes a lot of dedication and practice.
But you're saying that you could teach me how to be able to reach them.
Aye.
And there's this giddy smile that slowly spreads across Riley's face, not having considered that this was a thing until right now.
He'll hold up the ritual book that Caliban gave him from his Caliban. He'll flip open to a series of pages with a bunch of tribalistic designs all over it, and he'll point to each page. I don't know what any of this means, but Papa told me that these are the most important series of skin markings that you'll need in order to start your journey down this path. You're whenever you're ready, just let me know, and I'll teach you.
I wish you all were staying for longer. I too would be.
I fucking don't. There's no fucking sun here, man. I don't understand how you tell time. It drives me nuts.
Well, we all have timepieces.
Xanthi will just kind of turn to Riley and just go, seems you got a lot more than us looking out for you.
Oh yeah, that's how you know your family's always with you. I wish I had Papa with you. Now, I have my suspicions that one of these fuckers is Papa, and he looks down at the chickens surrounding him right now, and his gaze pauses on the one that he calls Rusty.
Mr. Cluckers.
Mr. Cluckers. Not Rusty. Mr. Cluckers. His gaze stops on that one, but then he just looks up at the rest of you. Oh yeah. Maybe he's not here because of the fact that he's not my real papa, but I'd like to believe that there's a chance that he's here with me.
Just because someone's not a blood relative doesn't mean they're not part of your ancestry.
Blood is thicker than water, but not as thick as the blood of the covenant. Trust me.
That's not how that quote goes. It's the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Get it right.
I don't know what those words mean.
Maybe in Riley's dimension.
Bar probably had I would say that Bar probably had a moment when Clucky mentioned the ancestors and stuff where he was moved and had a smile because Borrow being Borrow, he wouldn't have seen it, even though he was mostly because he was a lizard trying to make sure that Goose was able to take care of things.
Right.
So learning that was something that happened is strong.
Up to this point, Clucky believed that whole situation was a fever dream.
That checks out.
Tracks.
Oh, my heart.
But yeah, he'll put away his ritual book.
Do you still want me to ensorcel your knife, Riley?
Oh, yeah. Do this
Which
one.
would you
And we'll hand you the one that does psychic damage.
While this is happening, unless there's other things that need to be doing, we're gonna skip a little bit more in time when there's another knock on the door and the whole rigmarole happens with Mordecai. Yes, thank you, Taylor.
You're welcome.
And it is just a couple law-keepers, but they say they are here on behalf of the Council of Ebenfell, and
Or those was before.
they
Xanthi's eyeing them too.
believe that they believe they have found a method of recharging your crystal. The guards don't know what that means, but that's what they were told to say. And they were then asked to escort you back to Ebenfell Keep. And they add the caveat that if you would like to refuse the escort, they understand.
Xanthe just looks at them and just goes, "Don't fucking touch me."
Considering a lot of people think we're still wanted, I think an escort is a good idea.
As long as they don't touch the broken one, and I don't have to crack skulls, I'm happy.
One up front just kind of puts his hands up, like, it's not, you're not under arrest. We're making sure you arrive safe and unimpeded.
I've heard those words before. Metal man.
Xanthe's eye just twitches.
Since it feels like we're kind of packing up and getting ready to move, Riley spends about 5 minutes trying to put the Snuggle Beast into the bag of holding and struggling because the Snuggle Beast is bigger than the opening of the bag.
Xanthe will go over and help Riley put the Snuggle Beast in, and we'll kind of arrange it to where the Snuggle Beast's paws are like kind of sticking out and the little head is sticking out of the bag of holding.
Mechanically, it goes in without a problem, but it's funnier this way.
Bucky is currently enjoying a little series of calisthenics as his freed up his back from the large armory of weapons from his back holster. So yeah, he stretches out his wings to the full 10 feet wingspan. Gives a couple of flaps to shake out the tension, and he's just getting comfortable with the draw from the hip with the bag of holding. Every weapon goes in, every weapon comes out.
Clucky has that same moment as Rock Lee dropping the leg weights with his fight with with Kara.
Just jumping 10 feet up into the air effortlessly. Wow, I feel so much lighter now. This is awesome.
Unless there are any objections, are we moving to
I will say something that Borrow does at one point, finding time to speak to Saul. He approaches him as he adds, I am aware that a creature from your past may still be out there, and I am not particularly agreeable to not being able to lend you aid with it when you have lent aid to us. But after all these events, perhaps the council of this place might be of assistance to you.
I suppose I could try, but they've never been to the astral plane. They don't know the horrors that lie in wait for them there. They don't know how to deal with a creature of gargantuan size, such as the Dreadnought.
Do you?
I did, I think. It's kind of hazy. When I had thought I had killed it, it was in a state of trance. So, unless by some divine favor I'm able to succeed again, then maybe.
So,
Maybe.
you teach them what you know, and they might help you learn things you do not know. As for divine interventions, I believe that those are not as distant as I used to think, all things considered.
I feel like when it comes to the divine, their, at least somewhat of their state of being is determined by how many people in a certain area believes in them. Here, that belief is strong. But if I have to leave in the efforts of saving this city, then chances are next to nil.
Think of what it is that you truly desire, Solarkin. And once you find that, fight for it. And do not deny the tools and the opportunities or the people that might be there to assist you.
I suppose that will be my journey then, as the things that I did cherish gone now.
Yes, things that we cherish sometimes come and they go. But just like the seasons and spring, others sometimes bloom.
You know, I may be older than you, Barrow, but you are wise beyond your years. I'm
We all have.
thankful.
Go ahead.
I'm thankful to call you a friend.
I'm grateful as well. Who knows? Perhaps you will be able to travel through all those planes that you know so much about. Pay us a visit.
I should I ever end up in that glass dimension that I saw in that vision, I'll be sure to look you all up.
Glass.
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing. Whenever we had that reaction, whenever we were charging that crystal, I saw glimpses of this dark world, and everything in it was made of glass, and there was this gargantuan, impossibly huge, almost as big as the dreadnought itself. This metal construct walked on two legs, and if memory serves, a giant glowing red eye.
Bridge to cross once we arrive there. Until then, it seems that we have a place to be.
Indeed. So let's send you on your way, shall we?
You all are escorted to Ebenfell Keep. Right back to where the council chambers, which open for you, and there you see what is left of the Council of Ebenfell. 12 individuals, and all in the same seats that they were the previous day. The lawkeepers wait outside. The door is closed behind you, and Archmagister Zeely Solin addresses all of you. Welcome, welcome. It's taken some time, but Sharilla, Trislana, and a couple of us believe that we have a solution to your problem. And we are almost prepared to go through with what is necessary to charge this crystal. And looking around the room, the large table, which previously was filled with massive amounts of notes and quill and ink and bags of who knows whatever's personal effects. This has all been cleared off, and the table itself has been adorned with an arcane sigil with several different gems, much like the ones that Petrichor was trying to use back at the Dimensional Dial. But several of them, probably close to a dozen, all positioned equidistant and apart from each other. The Archmagister then says, where is the crystal?
Give me just a second.
Which one?
I think Petrichor had given it back to borrow.
That is the case. Barrow steps forward toward the table, produces the crystal, and sort of places it. Taking a couple
They,
of steps back.
they indicate where they would like it placed. And Zeely thanks you. He says, and if I am correct, the last piece of what we need should be arriving now.
Fine.
The before anything else happens, Zeely reaches below his end of the table and sets on the table in front of him a piece of cloth that is wrapped around a long object that appears to be of longsword shape. Unfurling it to reveal the Sunblade. And after it is revealed, he gestures towards the door. The two large double doors swing inward, and in walks the tall, very undead form of Aristina Shadewatcher.
Smash.
Oh, there you are.
In her hands, very ceremoniously, a large, a very large flat object, also covered by a cloth. She nods to each of you in turn, her gaze lingering on Clucky for a moment,
Static.
as she rounds the table and hands the object to Zeely, who says, "Thank you, Aristina." And she nods and takes Draven's seat, since it is vacant.
Power move.
Well deserved.
Yes, queen.
Upon removing this cloth as well, this does appear to be the shield in question that is paired with this sword, to which Zeely then places them both ceremoniously in front of himself as he looks at all of you and says, "These are powerful artifacts, and together we believe," gesturing to Sharilla and Trislana, "that there should be enough arcane energies to give you the required amount of energy to pass to the next dimension." And as he leans forward to all of you, "Are we ready?"
Fuck yeah, mate.
Soul will pull Riley to the side real quick.
What?
That blade. The magics that I instilled in it will only last for as long as I am alive. Keep it close. And
So
yes,
if it
remember
quits
me by.
working, you're dead. Got it.
I will be living for some time, I hope. But
Longer than me, probably.
yes, probably. Also, that stone, I think I will name it the Arkan Stone, in honor of my father. While he wasn't the kindest man, he was a good man. This is one way to honor him. And I hope that with this blank stone that will be become your core. You are good. You instill it with your dreams, your hopes, your desires. Be safe.
You too.
And to all of you, it's been an honor and a privilege.
Dynamite. What's here?
It's been a pleasure, Soul. Thanks for all your help.
While this is touching, I will just remind the party that this is charging the crystal, and you guys still have to go back to the dial.
That's why Clecky's like, we're not
Never
dying,
mind.
mate.
Never mind.
All right, bye, Soul. Oh, wait, you're going this way too? Okay.
Oh, this is awkward.
Actually, Soul isn't going with them to the dial. So,
Mm.
yeah, this is his goodbye.
Mm.
Oh, my heart.
Oh, wait till the damn crystal's charged, you guy. All right.
There's a quick shift in the demeanor of Riley as Petrichor surfaces. Because, this is kind of Petrichor's repertoire.
Are we ready to proceed?
Indeed.
Proceed with the
Very ceremoniously, Archmagister Solin dons the shield and lifts the sunblade. And as he raises the blade over his head, he activates it, illuminating not only the blade, but a good portion of this chamber. He then reverses the blade in his grip and inserts it from top down into the shield, passing that light throughout the markings on the shield. While it is illuminated, each member of the Council of Ebenfell places a hand on one of these crystals. And much like you all were doing at the dial, they begin to channel their own arcane energies. The crystals produce a grid of lasers, I should say. I think the technical term, and possibly somebody can tell me if I'm wrong, would be a dodecagram rather than a pentagram.
You're a dodecagram.
Thank you. As Zeely holds forth the shield with the sword and what appears to be a truest ray of sunlight fires directly towards the crystal. It seems more so in this moment that what the rest of the council is doing is containing this ritual. And you watch as the crystal begins to glow. As it does, it looks like it's glowing pure sunlight, but if the sunlight ends up as an aura around the crystal itself is a almost Vanta black. And you watch as, when this ritual is coming to its completion, the sword and shield in the Archmagister's hands deteriorates into dust that transfers into the crystal. A moment later, all of the lights fade, except from the crystal itself.
So dead boy looking.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
He looks fine, and he's looking to all of you, like particularly Petrichor, as like hoping for approval. Like, does it look like this is gonna work?
Petrichor is
That's
going.
a big one.
Petrichor is going to go pick it up and examine it to see what's going on.
Give me that Arcana check with advantage
Cool.
because
With advantage.
because you definitely know what you're looking for.
That is a nat 20 for a 30.
Oh,
I swear, like
Yeah.
we've only rolled 4 dice, and 3 of them have been natural 20s.
Hey,
You know why? Because we're not fighting.
that's exactly
what it
why.
is.
Because there are no life or death situations. So the gods are like, have it.
Have it.
let's
It's
just
fine.
make this
It's
easy
fine.
for you.
Here's a little extra, lore
Look.
spice. It's fine.
So it's a continuation from what happened from yesterday's stream. All the triumphs that kept rolling out was
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. With the natural 20, you are 100% certain that this is adequate to get you to the next dimension.
After taking a little bit to look it over and to inspect it and to make sure that everything is as it should be, Petrichor just looks up at Zelie and gives a nod.
A smile comes across the undead expression of the Lich, and he looks to the group and says, I'm glad that we found a solution.
But wasn't that sword and shield kind of integral to you?
Yeah, why did you break the fucking sword and shield? I could have used it.
He kind of smirks and looks down for a second and says, the sword and shield were my phylactery indeed, so now if I am to expire, I have no means of resurrecting myself.
Oh. Fuck.
Which means that if I am to get Ebenfell to be the utopia I wish it to be, I had better get started. Because I no longer have all the time in the world. Just until Aristina has enough of everything that I put her through in our continued working relationship. And Aristina just kind of smirks and just goes, I always told you that I would outlive you.
Inside check on Aristina.
Okay.
But you're both dead. How?
Now I roll low. Insight. That's a 14.
14. And what exactly are you trying to incite about Aristina?
Does she look particularly happy about that? That she will be succeeding Zolin?
Not happy. Not happy about it. Not like, oh yeah, you're gonna fucking die, old man. It's kind of, like making light of a situation.
Okay.
But that's about all you can glean from it.
Okay.
With that, Zelie will nod to the group again and just say, we knew that it had to be something powerful, and something like those artifacts combined with them being a phylactery. For everything that you all have done in this short amount of time for my city, this is definitely a sacrifice I was willing to make.
You didn't really do all that much.
On the contrary, if it wasn't for you 5, Draven would be standing where I am right now. And who knows what would be left of the city.
There's a lot more driving this room.
What'd you say, Tarzan?
Looks like he was counting how many people were in the room, and he mutters, "There's more than 5 people in this room," so he's confused. What he means.
Can Clucky count to 5?
We got to 10. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Oh,
He's
we got
not-
to 10. You're right. I take it back.
Oh yeah.
So you know there's more than 10 people here.
Yeah.
He can count 10.
But either way, he's just going to gesture to the party. Those 5.
Oh,
And then he's actually, with what you said, he's going to actually, like, sort of take a step back and go, my apologies. 6. And nod at Riley Petrichor again.
I mean, you're not wrong.
With that, he takes a deep breath, looks at you all, and says, "Is there anything else that the Council of Ebenfell can do for your band of adventurers?"
Considering your sacrifice, and we have our way to get to the next destination where we need to go. I can't exactly speak for the party, but I think we should be on our way to where we need to head. We're very grateful for all you've done for us.
Clucky raises his hand. Me. I have something.
He wants to
Yes.
fight Aristina.
No. Oh, yes and no. I want to apologize, this tall, big lady, undead lady, for missing our date. It couldn't be helped. I had to protect my family, and I hope you could not hold it against me.
Everybody kind of looks at Aristina, and she just kind of like looks at everybody, like knowing that they're all confused as shit. She's going to stand and look at you and go, "Mr. fucking McLuckerson,
Hey, that's me.
there is no need for an apology, as it is excusable for your absence. Although, since we will be unable to have our toying with what she actually would call this. And I think she's just going to kind of like nod to you, like,
You know what I mean.
yeah. And she's just going to say, from one warrior to another, I wish you all the best and all of the glory.
And I would like for it to be known that I didn't think those warriors out in the street had stood any chance against you.
The warriors know. However, when one of the most powerful mages in the city drops not 1 but 4 planets on you and looks over at Brumar and he just like shrugs.
You throw a
Not
moon at me, and I'm gonna lose it.
There's not really too much that I can do in those cases. But as you can see, it was just a setback.
Well, you look great for having a planet dropped on you. I don't know what a planet is. It sounds pretty big, but yeah.
Brumar mutters under his breath. He goes, "Meteors, not planets."
I think Vara is going to he's going to speak up. I agree with what Xanthi said about the sacrifice that you have given to assist us. And I know that I potentially have no rights to ask any further. However, where we are going, we do not know what awaits. And I am aware that those of you present here have magics and powers that we may not encounter regularly. I do not know what lies within your power when it comes to spells. They're not particularly my strength, but if there are any which you may cast upon us that may last at least for our time as we enter whatever comes next in our adventure, that could be of much help.
They cast level up.
Wish spell.
And we cast it once per person on the council. Great.
Yes, they're all level 21 now.
Loopholes, guys. Loopholes.
Above the table, I'll figure something out. In game, they all kind of turn to each other and sort of nod in agreement. I reserve the right to retcon that some might not, because they might not have anything to offer. But there's a moment allowed of each member of the council to cast whatever spells they might be able to upon members of the party, giving them as you said, a little boost into the next dimension. Not sure exactly who's going to do what. I'll have to do a little research, and it might not be like, oh, they cast this on the entire party. It might be like this person gets this, or whatever the case may be. But yeah, we shall see. But they will provide some magical boons.
How delightful.
I will say, though, just as a blanket statement for them, it will not be anything that is any of the members of the council's highest level spell slot available, because that is what they used for this ritual.
Smash.
So, for the most part, no 9th level spells.
Double smash.
Aw, man.
I guess, I suppose.
No wish spell. Okay, that sucks.
Damn.
So, to you, my wonderful party, are we headed for the dial?
Absolutely.
Let us go.
Though we have said our goodbyes already, should you require it, I could be of an escort for your final leg of the journey one last time.
It is your choice, Soul. Should you choose not to, Borrow once again sort of nods in the direction of the council. Remember what I said?
Think I'll tag along. Was pretty hairy the last time we went with all
Not mine.
those failed experiments. He kind of just looks at the council, kind of fucked up, man. Yeah, I think I will join.
You are offered an escort to the gates by lawkeepers. They do not leave the city limits, though. And you make your way towards the dial. Are we walking there? Are we flying there?
Fucking fine, baby. He got extra room on his back now. He's exercising them muscles, full range, baby.
Yeah, since Soul's tagging along, he can give someone a lift.
Xanthi will fly on her broom.
Sounds like we can have pretty much everybody covered.
Yeah.
So,
Who needs a ride, Xanthi will give said ride.
Ayo.
Wow, chicken, wow, wow.
If Borrow is walking, because that's what he requested doing last time, Petrichor will walk with him. Or in the harness, whichever ends up being easier.
Baby.
Whichever they would want or choose.
So, time passes. You travel through the outskirts of the city. A path that you guys are becoming more and more familiar with. And as you are getting very close to the dial, Soul, can you make a perception check for me?
Does my past 24 help with anything?
It might, but go ahead and roll it for me.
Smash?
11 for 25.
Look at that. You rolled over your passive.
Yeah.
You feel almost a scratching at the back of your mind.
Is it the same feeling that he has felt before when he had that foreboding feeling?
Do you turn around?
Soul will jump from the broom. I imagine we're all kind of flying pretty low.
Up to you guys.
Who is riding with Soul?
I don't think anyone is, because Petrichor is with Borrow on the ground. Xanthi's flying.
Oh,
I
is that
believe
how
you're
you-
flying, and Clucky is flying.
Okay. Never mind then. Then, yeah, in midair, he will brake hard. And slowly turn to look over his shoulder.
The last time that you were out here, you had seen an echo cloud that slowly became a portal for part of your nemesis. As you turn around, you see 3 echo clouds converging.
Soul will call out to Clucky and Borrow and Petrichor on the ground. It looks like it's time. Whatever you do, don't look back. And keep each other close. Because this world, this dimension, all of the dimensions seem to want to tear everyone apart. And with that, he will start a slow journey away from the party. In that, like, the party's going towards the lab, he's going adjacent.
Laura has a moment where he just asks Petrichor, what is happening? because he cannot hear the clouds, and souls flying is not something that he's able to like perceive that strongly.
I will retcon that for you a little, Borrow, because as they converge, much like clouds in the sky, static electricity of purple arcane lightning jumps from cloud to cloud as they are rubbing together and becoming one larger mass.
Tastes
So
like lavender.
this is astral lightning that you would catch from storms out in the astral sea. And as they are becoming this massive cloud, you can hear, everyone can hear, soul.
Soul, you don't have to do this. You can come with us.
He'll break for a moment, hearing Xanthi. But you won't be safe with me there.
We're not safe anywhere we go. You're the one who
Xanthi.
said that we need to stick together. Why are you letting this?
This thing travels dimensions. It will follow us. If I come with you, you will not be safe. Not until this thing is dead.
Then we can find a way to fucking kill it.
Xanthi. I think this time we should let him go.
Goodbye.
Xanthi just stands there on the broom, and she can't say anything at this point. She knows she can't stop Soul, and she knows she needs to stay with the party. But there is just this look of dread on her face, and almost like a look of regret.
How far is this cloud?
Like 700 feet away and approaching.
700 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming our direction.
Well, with Soul moving adjacent to the dial, it's diverting it from a direct course to the dial. It's diverting in Soul's direction.
Gotcha.
Because Soul knows if this thing starts fighting by the dial won't survive.
God damn it.
Remind me, who is driving, Petrichor or Riley? Who is driving?
Petrichor.
For what I promise is the last time, you hear another voice in your head.
Fucking shitting me.
Mm-hmm.
I will turn this broom around.
Say.
It sounds like Dr. Diago. Don't worry. He's not alone. And as Soul is moving,
Picking up speed.
Petrichor can see the outline of what looks like a spectral raven flying behind him.
In Petrichor's mind, they just say, keep him safe.
Thank you for your help.
respond and just look to everybody else. He'll be okay. He's got help.
It's
Xanthi-
at
Or
this
Soul.
point
Gonna
that
just start going.
Soul, as you are picking up speed from the center of this mass of clouds, one large claw followed by a second large claw, until breaching through this rift into the astral sea, you are staring at, once again, the astral dreadnought. Though a large scar going through its right eye. From where you shot and killed it last. And with a deep, bellowing roar,
Smash.
it starts flying in your direction.
As the party is moving away, you will probably hear, if you're able to perceive it, Sir Arkin shouting out, "Come at me, monster! Whether by tooth, by nail, you will die by my hand." And if anyone is looking back, you will see an impossibly large arcane blast coming from the rifle.
Xanthi would be looking back. And just
As the party... Oh, go ahead.
the only thing she'd just mutter under her breath, just give him hell.
The party flying towards the dial. Looking back, you see Soul begin his assault on this creature. And every single shot that he fires, embedding deeply into its thick carapace with a howl of pain as it continues forward and forward and forward. The gap between the two probably still at 200 feet by the time that you guys get to the dial. If there's no little bits to add, the party enters the ruins of the lab. Petrichor, I believe, has the crystal, much as they have done many, many times previously.
Petrichor is actually taking a little bit extra time to properly explain what they're doing as they're connecting everything, so that hopefully they're not the only one who knows how to do this.
I would say that Barrow has a pause as people are entering. He's just listening the shouts from Saul and the thunder and the roars. And it's just a moment, one last moment of sensing the wind. And even though he knows that it's more ceremonial than anything else, he sort of raises a hand and just feeling the movement of the wind and the breeze in that moment, he just sort of waves it in Saul's direction, almost like a blessing and a send-off.
Soul, as you are laying down this barrage of arcane blasts, you can feel a presence behind you, not the one that you just felt, just another positive one. One that you felt before. And in this moment, even though you don't see what Barrow is doing, It's almost as if an extra boosting wind beneath the wings of the raven, propelling you into action here. As you load your next shot and pull the trigger again. Petrichor, everything is set. You activate the dial, and as before, the arcane energy fills the room, this time matching the light of the sun that seems to have charged it this time, with the crystal itself having that same blackness that eventually fades into the form of what looks like a still living Zeely Solin, who gives you all one last nod before fading. And with that, a burst of arcane energy once again. And that is where we'll end tonight's session.
Ah!
Took us long enough. Jesus Christ.
This was such a good
Thank
roleplay
you.
episode, though. I
Oh,
loved
yeah, it
it.
was.
Thank you, everybody who tuned in. This 4.5-hour session. I am a sleepy boy. And we are going to be able to pick up next week in the 8th dimension and our party at the lovely level of 14.
Hell yeah.
We have been Two Dice Adventures. Once again, this is the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, and we will see you all next time. Bye.
Bye.